Maverick. And I'm Maverick.
Ebi.
I don't know if it's only me. The weather is having a serious effect on me. I don't know if I'm the only
Where
one.
you have food.
Yeah, cold, sore throat.
Oh, sorry.
Then cough.
And you tell me to me if I won't have to.
Makwaba.
Back or have no Abenya code or Ghana.
Oh, say yeah, no. There's dust particles and the rest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Mhm.
And our environment, Senate, is prone to have diseases being carried around. Unlike
Yeah.
other places that are environmentally, like they practice environmental friendly things, but
Yeah.
with ours, to the little thing now.
You are here. And then there was so you're now chat no my Zanzibar no.
Oh, Charlie.
Because the name is very painting.
Me kwa masisa maji unya first class asana yako.
Way.
We saying, we saying,
Nipa nyo.
nipa afe na ube mu.
Na me hu. Vic
Ah,
catch me na me ntie. Vic be je obu wan.
body sa kope mountain
Me,
one.
this one, I don't want to talk. Oh, I beg.
Rick talk. Let me do some small roll call, then we start. Uh, let me see. I want to see if my people are. Hey, Ashika. Ashika is here. Ernest Onu. The bone is here. Ernest Ameku. Isaac Nana Kwesi. Jones Boachi. Have you noticed that all the guys, the names that I've mentioned, no one has responded? Norbert.
I'm
Said,
here.
good morning.
Hey, more after you say me, I highlight
Look, we
the
are here. We
females,
are
I
here.
don't
Good
highlight
morning.
you. My boom, the one for
No.
you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, your husband, a house husband. So you are sweeping and washing. Mm. Oh yeah,
So you called me.
your house husbands.
We are.
Anyhow,
Anyhow,
you may see it.
okay. Vincent. Vincent, are you there?
Yes, please. I'm here. Hello.
Okay. Hey, so there's no one at Sunyani. The Sunyani people are in the house. Sunyani, anyone from Sunyani?
Sunyani for
Anyone can
mother.
Amanda. Hey,
Aye.
you can tell medical if fella no unkwenya. Okay, I think we are all fine. Before I start, any challenge, any question, anything you want us to discuss before I start the lecture? I hope my voice is okay.
Never found 14.
Over the 14.
14. Never found voice no 14.
Oh, but if it's not clear, just let me know
Oh,
so
it's
that
clear. It's
I.
clear. It's clear. Don't mind me. It's clear.
Hmm, I might not speak fast like I used to. Nora, Nora, maintain your voice. Oh. Hello, class. Is Nora here? Letitia.
Yes, she's online.
Letitia. Hey, I miss this, my friend, Shadrach. Shadrach, it's been a long time. Shadrach.
Hello, sir.
Or you were in the fire?
No.
Were you in the Nebuchadnezzar's fire? They are not coming out. I think when we were kids, we used to have a song about Shadrach and Meshach, and Abednego. Okay, it's 7:22. We can start now. I hope you are all good.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. We are all
Are you
fine.
sure? Yeah, all fine.
Yes, please.
I
Fine.
want to hear Nora's voice. Nora, where are you? Your rival, Braikisha, has spoken. Hey, Judith.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning. It's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
You don't look for me. Unless I come to class, you don't look for me. Nora.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, good morning.
Nora, Mijao.
Oh, when you are
I've been
when you are
calling you since Good Coast time.
oh, sorry.
And now I want to report you to the class.
Please. Please. I beg you.
Okay, so where is my Ajay?
Don't worry. I will see you in chambers.
Chambers. I'm not a lawyer. Only lawyers have chambers.
Okay, I will see you at the
Lecture hall. That's my office.
No. Your office at
Start tomorrow.
Staff common room.
the
Yeah.
staff common
Yeah, teachers, we will use staff common room. We don't use
room. The
chambers.
staff common room because there are other teachers there.
Okay. I only allow babies to be a witness.
I'll meet you under on the compound.
Okay. My last other matter. I think someone from Atebu or something like that promised to get me yam when it is yam season. I think we are entering the yam season. Please, who is the one? Hey, or as time goes on, I'll find the person. Nancy, please, how are you doing? Nancy. Okay, I think I can now start. Today, I'm here to lecture Geographic Thought, which is GEO212SW. Sorry for the SW, it's supposed to be D. The SW here means sandwich, but the sandwich and the distance, kindly hold on for me. Hello. The D is for distance, so don't be too worried. But it's the same content. It's the same content that we use. A background to this course is that we are coming to study about the discipline geography, how it all began, and where it has gotten to. That is what we call geographic thought. So tracing its historical backgrounds and philosophical backgrounds, the ontological background, and the epistemological background. Hello. Hello, class.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Hello,
Don't
sir.
be scared about the ontological and epistemological. Why? Don't be scared.
No,
It's
sir.
just I'm doing it. Okay. So that is what you are going to look at. So it starts with It's sort of unfortunate I don't have a course outline, but I can use the book's content to go through what you are going to learn. Have you received your books? Have you
No, sir. Not
Yes, sir.
yes or no?
some centers have not.
Oh, okay. Some people even bought it like 5 months ago. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. So we'll start with what we call a field of study called geography. Then the chapter 2 will look at classical geographic thoughts. Chapter 3 will look at the medieval geography. Chapter 4, age of exploration and discoveries. Chapter 5, modern geography. No, I think I have a course outline. Class, hold on. I think I have a course outline. Let me check. I have a course outline. Give me a few minutes. I think I have a course outline. Yeah, I have it too. Pass. Let me forward them right now. Okay. I'll also share it on my screen. Coswebs, I've sent it. Have you downloaded them? Coswebs. I've
So
sent
I
it.
can download it.
You can download.
Mm.
Are you the only one facing the same challenge? I'm coming. I'm sending it now on the PDF. Can you download this one?
No, so
Hey, what is happening? I've been able to download mine.
keep saying unless I switch to Wi-Fi before I can download.
Okay. Let me send it as an attachment. Let me see. What about now? What about now?
Yes.
Can you download it now?
Wait, yeah, I've
Hey,
downloaded.
Lambert, welcome, Lambert.
Thank
Lambert, the Sunday school teacher, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Lambert, next time if you are late, I'll take 5 CDs.
Correct, sir. Correct, sir.
Agreed. Agreed. Lambert. Lambert.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. So let's quickly go through it. Geographic thoughts. I've already given the course code. The course coordinator is called Professor. Let me even quickly change it because now it's a prof. Professor Collins Ejemisa. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Please, what's on the
Yes, sir.
screen? The course outline, right?
Dr.
Yeah.
Collins
Okay.
AJ Mesa.
Synopsis. This course is a 3 credit hour course offered in the first semester of the academic year, but yours will be in the third semester of the academic year. So the objective of this course is to introduce students to the evolution and development of geographic and its thematic areas. Course description. The course deals with the nature and scope of geography as a discipline. It traces the development of geography from the classical times to the present, with emphasis on what constitutes the core of geography and the changing emphasis on the core of the discipline. It also deals with the historical philosophy and methods of geography and the contribution of individuals and groups to the development of this discipline. For instance, the contribution of major individuals such as Homer, Herodotus, Eratosthenes, Strabo to the fundamental development of geography are emphasized. Furthermore, how geography as a discipline flourished in the Christian and Muslim world from the past to present times, and the emergence of humanistic geography and quantitative evolution. The mode of delivery here is only online lectures. So in the course outline, these are the areas you are supposed to focus on. We will have the field of study called geography. They will look at the classical geographic thoughts, then medieval thought, which talks about geography in the Middle Ages. Then we have the age of geographical explorations and discovery, modern geography, development of cartography from the past to the present, humanistic geography, and emergence of quantitative evolution. And that is what you are coming to discuss. So now let's start with the first one, which talks about the field of geography. So in the field of geography, we all know that the term geography was coined by a man known as Eratosthenes. I mentioned this when we were studying, how do you call it, elements of physical geography. So human curiosity began with questions about the natural world. That is, people started asking questions about the world. Some of these questions were, how does the world looks like? What are the substances that makes the world? What is the shape of the world? What are the processes and things that happens in the world? Like other animals, human occupy specific areas, but are driven to explore beyond. That wherever you find on this earth, any place located on this earth, wherever there is space, you find human beings occupying those areas or those spaces. And it doesn't end there. After they occupy those space, at times they even go beyond those areas or the space they find themselves just to satisfy their curiosity. And our understanding is shaped by limited observations and perception, meaning the things that we observe influences what we think about something and the perception we have about something. And that is a limitation to exploration because you need to gather enough information. Class, hold on for me. Hello, Cedric. Yes, sir. Morning. I'm good. Yeah, I'm aware. So I'm currently, no, I am currently with the social studies and we are doing geographic thoughts. I think the links are different. So they will go and meet the other lecturer, Isaka. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Hello, class. I'm back. Hello, class.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Uh, they changed me. Oh, they took me to the social science class. Yeah, I don't know if you went, you wrote a petition and they brought me
Huh?
back.
No,
Yeah,
sir,
so that
I'm
is
supposed to be here.
me. I'm supposed to be here. So that was
Huh?
what
That
it was
cannot
very.
happen at all. Hey, Akaye
Say you are
yes.
not already. You can't leave. We no go agree. We no go agree.
Then we'll stop. Oh, we'll stop the course on them.
You stop your
All of us.
call.
Yes.
Please, before you stop, kindly give me the school fees, okay?
I will
Then you
take
can
our fees
stop.
away.
No, 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 no. You have to let me have the for school fees in the for who came in.
Say you are
Okay,
here. Another
so that
lecture.
yeah, so that correction has been done. So we are
You.
safe.
Congratulations.
I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm here to.
Yes, for
Oh,
you.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me continue. The Earth is a small planet moving around the sun, and it supports life due to its atmosphere because the atmosphere contains oxygen, and ideal distance from the sun is not too close to the sun for us to feel the intensity of the sun. And it allows water to flow in it. When we're doing elements of physical geography, we learned about the land and water distribution, water being about 71%, the land being about 29%. So life began in water, and land organisms still carry water within, just as astronauts carry air in space suits. So the human world spans the surface zone we have explored. All science and acts arise from this space, that everything we talk about is space, space and time, where people are occupying at a particular point in time. And this has shaped the natural and the human processes. Together, they form what we call the human environment system, which talks about human beings and their space. And definition of the environment is all the things that surrounds us. That surrounds us. That is what we term about environment. But human beings play a key role in the environment, and the human beings interact with the environment as well as the environment having an influence on human beings, which creates a system. And that is what we term as environment, a human environment system. And people always want to explore the space they find themselves, to have enough information about the space they find themselves. So now, what then is the meaning of geography. The Greek scholar Eratosthenes, who lived in the 3rd century BC, was the first to have used the word geography, from the word geo meaning the earth and graphene meaning description. So as human beings decided to explore the space they find themselves and discover what we presently call Earth and every bit of it, they were describing where we find ourselves, which is Earth. And hence the idea that all things that are done, considering writings about the Earth and its processes, the shape of the Earth, movement of the Earth, internal structure of the Earth, the structure of the atmosphere, can be termed as geography because they are all writings about the Earth. But in looking at how geography actually started, it traces its roots back to one Greek philosopher known as Homer. Homer came several years before Eratosthenes was born. But we are making reference to Homer because Homer was the first to have started writings about the earth. But when Homer was writing about the earth, Homer didn't know that what he was doing would later be called geography. So he was just writing. So people came later, like 100 years later, then they realized that the works of Homer actually depict the descriptions of geography. And reviewing majority of the works of the early philosophers like Aristotle, Thales, Anaximander, Hipparchus, Hecatius, and the rest, Herodotus, Alexander the Great, they realized that these things that these people have done were writings about the earth. But the key thing we want to pay attention to is that if all these people have done writings about the earth, then who actually began writing about the earth? And upon review, they realized that Homer was the first to have started writings about the earth. Because in the works of Homer, if all these people have done writings about, because in the work of Homer, because so in view of that, Homer is accredited and given the title that he was the first to have started geographic writings. So get the difference here. Homer was the first to have started geographic writings, but Eratosthenes was the one to have named these writings geography. So, though Eratosthenes is referred to as the father of geography, Homer, to the Greeks, pay attention, to the Greeks, is referred to as the father of geography. Don't get confused. The Greeks started writings about the earth, but when they were doing those writings, there was no field called geography. But whatever they did was called geography. But Eratosthenes was the one who came up with the name geography. Geography. For us to have the field called geography. For us to have the discipline called geography. And now we are studying geography. So the father of geography is Eratosthenes, but to the Greeks, the father of geography is Homer? Someone's hand up. Yeah, Sir God. Kindly ask your question.
I think
Hello.
it's answered. I wanted to ask who is the father of geography, but you have answered it.
Okay. 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 So in an objective test, if you are asked who is the father of geography, what will be your answer to the class?
Sir Erastothenes.
Sir, you said
Yes,
Eratosthenes.
sir.
Okay. Who started geographic writings?
Homer.
Homer. Who is the father of geography according to the Greek?
Oma.
Homer.
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 Okay. So it means you understand. You are not getting confused. Okay. So I continue. So the earliest known maps, for example, were made by the Sumerians in about 2700 BC. The history of geographical ideas reflects human effort to gain logical and practical knowledge about the environment and distribution on Earth, which I've already mentioned that people are always concerned about the space they find themselves and how things work in this space. This knowledge is tested and reliable, helping people adapt to, modify, and control natural conditions. And that is the meaning of geography. People trying to, someone's microphone is on. Please, whose microphone is on? Hello, class. Somebody's microphone is on. Okay, let's move on. So, learning even about the space people find themselves, it even gets to a point where people try to understand the processes that happens in that space and even try to adapt to the conditions that space provide for them. Now let's look at the major geographical questions in ancient times. For geographers to come across any form of knowledge, this is what they did. They asked themselves certain questions. These questions led them to discover knowledge and also understand knowledge. Knowledge about the earth, knowledge about the processes of the earth, knowledge about the formation of certain things and phenomena on the earth, the causes, and among others. So the first question geographers always ask is, where is it? Where is it? So describing the world has little value unless we can also give a clear description of what our world is like. Would not be for great value unless it were possible to answer the question, where is it? For instance, on Wednesday, I was in class and a colleague teacher came to me around 12 o'clock. Please, someone's microphone is on. A colleague teacher came to me around 12 o'clock and he was like, have I heard the news? I was like, which news? He said there's a helicopter crash. I'm like, where? Is it about the Iraq and these people, they are fight that The helicopter has crashed. It was like, no, this is Ghana. Please, someone's microphone is on. Oh, I thought you have gone beyond that. Okay. So I asked Ghana where. Then he kept on saying it happened at Obuasi. Some ministers of state and key members in the NDC decided to go for a program, blah 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 blah. I was like, really? Is this Ghana? And that is the first question ancient times geographers and philosophers were asking. Where is this? Starting from knowing living. Someone's microphone is on.
So it's Irene. Irene.
Irene, kindly off your microphone for us. It's giving me a bad feedback. Is someone's hand up? Okay. Hey, by Kisu. You always want to prove that you have my back. Okay, let's continue. So where is it start from knowing living species? Please, the microphone is still on. Oh. In what direction do we travel and how far? So they wanted to know if I'm staying here and I have this kind of animals and living organisms here. Where are these living organisms and animals coming from? How far can I travel to get to another place? How do we measure distance and directions? When we reach the place on the other side of the horizon, where our eyes can see, where are we?
The person is still giving a feedback. Irene Doji. Irene Doji.
Does someone have a
Irene Doji.
number?
Irene Doji. She's not paying attention. No.
Anyone with a number? Hey, Irene, UK job. Hey. Lance, can I continue? Will you be okay? Hello, class. Hello, class.
Yes, sir.
Can
So
I
continue, please.
Oh, it's still disturbing.
Yes,
So
you
it's
can
disturbing. The noise is too much.
She has muted.
Okay. So the ancient Greeks wanted to know beyond where they stayed or where they settled, what is there? So if we travel out of Greece, what are we likely to see? And how far is that place? And this is no simple question to answer. So the ancient Greeks introduced the idea of using a grade of latitude and longitude. When we say grade is the combination of longitude and latitude based on the poles and equator, but lack the tool for precise measurement for location purposes. So places were located using natural features like rivers or hills, for which in thematic geography we learned that that type of location is what we call relative location. That you give a location of something relative to a phenomena or a landforms. For example, where is Ghana located? Ghana is located in between La Côte d'Ivoire and Togo. That is an example of relative location. Nora, where do you stay? My house is behind the mountain. Shadrach, if I'm looking for you, where can I find you? Come to Kou, climb the mountain. The highest peak is where my house is. These are all what we call relative location. Nancy, where do you stay? Or the place that got flooded just recently. Then Jobwasi became popular because of relative location. So when someone mentions the Jobwasi, they'll be like, oh, the place that they killed the soldier who was fighting Galamsey. These are all forms of relative location. But with the absolute location, that is when you hear Ghana is found on the latitude, blah, 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 and longitude, this, north and south. That is what you call absolute location. So in considering this, that is how the Greeks were able to get to know the location of places. So as geographic knowledge grew, more relative location became possible. However, grid coordinates also may not answer questions about a place significance, like why New York grew where it did. So both types, whether relative or absolute, have its own weaknesses and strengths. For example, the absolute location will give you the precise location of the place, but can't give you why the place is located at that particular place. But with relative, they can do that. Because if someone is staying on top of the mountain, you may want to ask why that place. You will know that maybe it's because of the fine weather, or the fine weather associated with mountainous region, that there is the heat level is low there as compared to those at the base. Like people settling around the river for economic activities of fishing, people settling in the forest for the economic activities of farming and hunting. To ask about location is central to geographic understanding. Geographers always want to know the location of a place or a phenomena or something that is happening. So in looking at where is it located, it starts with the Greeks wanting to know how far other places are from where they are and the distances. So they came out with a great system of location. That is, I said, the combination of, how do you call it? The longitude and the latitude. And also absolute location. And we learned that with a relative location, it's able to give a description or the reason for the location. Whilst with the absolute, it gives the precise and concise location of the place without even giving any background or any reason or explanation for why the location is at where it is located. And that is the first question geographers ask. The second question is what we call, what is it like? What is it like? It's like observation and perception. Observation and perception. So the phrase what is it like stands for fundamental thought processes. Fundamental thought is the basis for what you want to find out. So how does one go about observing and reporting on things and events that occupy segments of the space, of the Earth space. So, with countless phenomena on Earth, we observe what familiar things resemble our surroundings or mental models. So, we observe the things that surrounds us. After the observation, it creates a perception in our mind. So, these mental models or concepts are formed through language, which lets human group experiences and assign word symbols. So observation through the senses are called perception. So the things that we observe through our senses is what we call perception. Then what we see with our eyes or what we experience becomes the observation. And the observation and the experiences create a sense or an idea in our minds, and that becomes what we call a perception. So note it somewhere that what is it like talks about observation. The observation stems from experiences, and these experiences create an idea or a sense in our minds, and that becomes the perception. Please, did you get that?
Sir, please come again.
I said
Yes, sir.
the observation comes from experience, comes from the experience.
You're welcome. Long time.
Wow, please, someone,
Yeah, I couldn't get that out, so some tissue will do.
someone's
Oh,
microphone is on.
Oh,
Okay, so I said the observation comes from experiences.
you crack a can. That's a can. Okay.
The
Sheila, mute. Sheila, mute.
so I said the observation comes from experiences, while the perception comes from the ideas that we get from the experiences. The ideas we get from the experiences. So there is constant interaction between perception and concept. What we perceive is shaped by our prior knowledge and culture. For example, in some cultures, limited color vocabulary affects how colors are perceived. An artist might construct can identify many colors due to the training and language. Like when you take our local dialects like the P and the front, in terms of colors, we don't have much colors to talk about. But when you take the English language, even blue itself, we have shades of blue. The turquoise blue, the navy blue, the sky blue, light blue, and among others. But when you are limited in your language and you only know of only blue, it becomes difficult to express yourselves when it comes to other colors. Typical example of this concept and perception is that I go to Volta region and I eat their abobe. And that is what is being served all the time wherever I go to. It creates a mental or a sense image or idea in my thoughts that all people in the water region eat above it all the time. So because of that, I don't think they will eat rice or they will like, how do you call it, fried rice and guamu or any other thing. This could be true, this could be false, but whatever I said is from my own perception. It's from my own perception. And that talks about what is it like. Perception is never neutral. It is most at times biased. And we always interpret reality through existing concepts. Even if we are unaware of them, we cannot perceive without preconceptions, nor imagine what we haven't previously sensed. So that is why it is difficult to change the minds of people if they experience something. So there's a proverb in Fanti that says that Obia insu afa nebada. No, Obia abuatan akanada. Ousunsuma ogwan. Meaning anyone who has been bitten by a snake before, when the person sees worms, he or she will run away because of the previous experience, and they can't leave that to chance, whether what he or she is saying is a snake or a worm. Then there's another school of thought that talks about if your child drowns in the sea, in water, would you say because of such experience you will never drink water? And these are some of the perceptions. So this creates something we call a paradox. That is, concept shapes perception, but are themselves built from past perceptions. So education trains us in certain concepts, which evolve through professional experience. In each field, shared concepts guide what is studied and how. Yet these components are always open to challenge. Progress happens when new ideas replace old ones. The last question that geographers ask is what we tell us, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean talks about orderly, coherent, and harmonious. The concept looks at how things on the Earth's surface are arranged orderly, and they happen at different times. By the end of the day, they all work together for us to have a perfect world or Earth to live in. For example, if you look at the water cycle, you realize that every process is orderly. The sun will have to shine for the water bodies to get heated, for air to rise, later cools to form condensation and clouds. When the clouds becomes heavy, they fall as precipitation. All these components that I've mentioned, they're all working at the same time or at different times, but they all come together to make sure that we have what we call the water cycle. So human concept of nature often reflect a deep desire for order and purpose. So each or every component of the earth is arranged orderly, and they have their specific order, and they are inspired by patterns seen in human activities. Like, for example, village layout gardens, or homes. Once the idea of an orderly world is formed, people naturally look for evidence to support it. So people started seeing how water goes up into the atmosphere and comes down. They concluded that this process leads to what we call the water cycle. So the Greeks contrasted what we call chaos, which means emptiness, with cosmos. That before we had all these things that we have on this earth planet, the earth was in a chaotic form until human beings came in and decided to make things work in an orderly manner and a coherent manner to achieve harmony. So some explain order through divine will, that it came from a supernatural being to order the things that are found on the earth's surface. And others to realize something we call cause and effect by law. That to everything, that to everything there is a cause and an effect which governs law. So in this view, even the idea of law is shaped by human experience, divine laws bringing reward and punishment, while scientific laws describe natural processes. So the human laws are there to punish people. Then the scientific laws are there to describe natural patterns, how nature works. So when it comes to the view of cause and effect, we have two geographers who have different opinions. Plato believes that the earth that we are talking about was created perfectly in an order manner, in perfection. But the activities of man is making the earth imperfect. Whilst Aristotle, on the other hand, saw it that no, the earth is not in a perfect form, but rather the earth is now working to perfection. So Aristotle's technological view likens the universe to a planned creation, like a house designed by a builder. And that builder builds on the house bit by bit. So we start with the foundation, then we come to the pillars, then raise the building to the lintel level before roofing. So that is how Aristotle views the earth or the world. Unlike Plato, who said no, everything was in perfect order before people came in and the world is being destroyed as time goes on. So that is it about what it means. Class, any question? Any question, class? If there are no questions, I have questions for the class. Any question, any concern? Class, Ekoyi, or it's confusing? Yeah,
Sir,
speak.
call you.
Okay.
Please assign the question in the message because I'm
Is it? I didn't get what you said. Oh.
I said I've sent the question, but I'm in a vehicle, so like the base.
Okay, let me read it. What evidence did Plato give to back his submission? Okay, so Plato's evidence is that he said when you look at the shape of things on this earth, like a triangle, a square, trapezium, and among others, none of them is as perfect as a sphere. And during this time, there was the argument that the earth is not flat, but the earth is spherical. So he sat down and said that if everything on this earth, if the sphere is considered as the best, the perfect shape of a thing, so if the earth is also spherical, then it means, if the earth is also was created perfectly, then it means the earth is spherical. And what he said could be true or false. For example, if you take the earth, we have where the ocean is supposed to be, where rivers are supposed to be, where trees are supposed to be, where human beings can have their habitat or settlement. But people try to still settle on places where they are not supposed to, even build on waterways, and it creates disaster for us. But this evidence he gave wasn't scientific, but based on his experience. Unlike Aristotle, who was able to give scientific reason for the world not being perfect, but moving towards perfection. And that is the background to his statement that the earth is perfect, but we are making it imperfect. Any other question?
Sir,
Yes.
with the view of Aristotle, I
Yeah.
don't see the world becoming perfect. I don't see how scientifically he can say the world is becoming perfect, because now we are even fighting, trying to solve global warming, which
Yeah.
wasn't so.
Mm.
So, like Plato said, the world was in the perfect state and is declining. I side with that view more than Aristotle's scientific opinion, because, well, we have not been able to create any other world apart from what was perfectly planned. We are rather destroying it.
Okay, so Nora Platois. I like your submissions. They are good. I'm really happy about it. On the other hand, Aristotle Wa Barikisu don't agree with you. This is what she has to say. I don't agree with him, but for the purpose of education, let's move on. No, we are not moving on. We are discussing. One good thing I like about this course is that when we are done reading about this course, you become philosophers. You would think like philosophers. One thing you must also understand that I didn't mention is that all the philosophers that we are coming to talk about them, yeah, God, and I'll come to you. Say, God, I'll come to you. All the philosophers that we are coming to talk about them, we are talking about them based on the information that was available to them during their era or their dispensation. Let me give an example. If you were told, all of us in this class, I'm sure all of us were born in the 90s. If we were told that in, let's say, 1999, a time will come, we wouldn't have face-to-face lectures, but we'll have online lectures. I'm sure Nora Platois will say, hell no. it will never happen. Then Aristotle Barikisu will say it could be. Why? Nora would have said no because during that time of our dispensation, if internet was even available, it was not a basic necessity. But years goes by, and someone like me, for instance, I can't live a day without internet. That does not make Nora's rejection that they will be online false. But it is for us in this generation to analyze why Nora said this, and Aristotle Barikisu also said this. So to Plato, and the funny thing is that Plato was Aristotle's teacher, teaching Aristotle that the earth was created perfectly, like Nora defended Plato's whatever Plato said. But Barikisu, Aristotle didn't agree with her teacher. That is Plato saying that the earth was created perfectly. But based on his observations, he also came out with another frowning that no, it is not. And bear in mind, Plato can give examples to support his claim, her claim. Aristotle can also give example to support her claim. So I agree with Nora, who says that the earth was perfect and some activities of man is polluting the earth, destroying natural processes. Having said this, which is good, my question to Plato and the people who think like Plato is that what about artificial insemination? What about surgeries? Was that part of the perfect world, or human knowledge and understanding is making things possible? What about Dubai, which was a typical desert, and now it doesn't look like a desert, even to the extent that they create artificial rain? Then we come back to Aristotle. And Aristotle is saying that, oh, human beings are doing a lot, blah, blah, blah. Then we ask Aristotle that, what about the natural disasters? No, not natural disasters. The disasters that is happening to man because of man's activities, like the floods in Accra, which is purely anthropogenic. People are building waterways. People are not distilling gutters, and we experience flood. So for both of them and whatever they are saying, now they are not wrong, neither are they right. So the only thing we can do is to find scientific explanations to whatever each and every individual said, based on where he or she is standing. Please, do you understand? Sir God, your hand has been up. Ask your question.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say that the word is not a perfect word. Because if the word is a perfect word, then we are not supposed to adapt to some of the things. Some of the things we are just adapting to them. Example, those living by the seaside. If the word is a perfect, then the sea wouldn't have been flooded their places and the rest. But they have to adapt, because initially when they built it, the sea was not the sea waves was not able to get to their houses. But because nature changes, their place got flooded, so they have to adapt by building a sea defense. So we are adapting to most of the things in the world. So the word was never a perfect word, but we are just adapting.
No,
Is
so
it not
good,
human activity that has caused that?
good.
It's
Ask
human
again.
activity. It's not the sea coming.
Plateau people are not giving me.
It's human activities. So if human activities have not affected or have not been done, this effect wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Hey, the Plateaurians are talking. Aristorians, where are you? Aristorians, where are you? Aristorians.
We will not talk, say this time. Let them talk. We are waiting for them.
They're waiting for them. Aristorians are waiting for them.
So, sir, if they are saying the word is a perfect, why is it that I forgot the philosopher who said that people have to adapt to their world because that's
Charles
how
Darwin.
they were able. Yes, they were able to create things like tools and catching hands with the bare hands, catching fish with the bare hand, because the things were not perfect. So they have to learn and make it to become perfect. So things were imperfect. If the things were perfect, then I don't think there will be infrationality everywhere.
Okay, so that's why I said that when it comes to these perfect and imperfect things, there are some things that are perfect. Some of them too are not perfect. For example, the sun rising. There's no way people can change the sun from rising. And that is perfect. You can't do anything about it.
Tell them.
The only thing you can do is stay in your room and not to see the sun. But you can never stop the sun to shine. That is a perfect distance. The position of the sea is always like that. The waves are always like that. The waves are always like that. It doesn't mean it makes the ocean imperfect. And then another philosopher once said that the sea is the most polluted substance of the world, but it's still the most clean substance in the world. Have you noticed that? Those living by the sea just fetch the water and see. Who placed the salt in the sea to preserve the sea from being polluted? And is it that every day God is adding a tablespoon of salt in the sea? No, this is nature. So, for whichever way, there is an imperfection somewhere, there's a perfection somewhere. But I like the way you guys are thinking like philosophers. And that is what the philosophers were thinking. And that brought about so many forms of knowledge to clarify things. So, this thing that we are talking about, there's a whole unit on this, which will do what we call environmental determinism and environmental possibilism. But this is the fundamentals of the knowledge of environmental determinism and environmental possibilism, where it all started. Class, do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
From the look of things, it seems people will enjoy this course. Say God, yeah, that Aristotelian president has spoken. So that is what we are going to do in this course. So can I move on?
Yes, sir.
And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Okay. I continue. So now let's look at the study of geography from ancient to modern times. The study of geography from ancient to modern times. So geography has a long aim to understand the human habitat and our relationship with it. Like I always talk about space, how the space and the things in space and surrounding space affect man, and how man also influences this space. So progress in geographic thought has often followed cycles, new ideas, sparks of observations, which then lead to revised concepts. So the revised concept is that some people brought about the basis of knowledge and people built on it, it doesn't mean that whatever they were saying is true. It was wrong. Let me give an example. Class, please, have you watched this movie before? I Told You So. The first Ghanaian movie. Please, who has watched the movie before?
Sir, I have, but I can't remember.
Yeah. Any other? I Told You So. Okay. I'm using it as an example of things being revised. In the I Told You So movie, there was a poor family which they had a beautiful daughter. And it was time for the daughter to marry. Then the uncle, it's a fancy movie. The fancies practice the matrilineal system of inheritance. So the uncle has much control over the daughter, over the niece than the father. So the father has the responsibility to take care of the daughter. Was able to convince the daughter to marry a rich man who had just come into town. So the movie propagates and projects that it's not good to marry a rich man, but rather it is good to marry a poor man. Agreed. But my question to you is that in this modern Ghana, will you be against a rich man marrying your daughter? Yeah, speak. Yes, sir. So, as someone said. Yeah, Jonathan, your hand is up. Joe, your hand is up. Meaning that you will allow that. Okay, so I gave this example because things have changed. Things have really changed. For example, Dubai, which is a typical desert area where maybe people of the past could say that. Okay, let me give another fact. But this is a fact from the ancient time. The ancient people said that when you go beyond the equator, it's so hot that you won't survive, you will burn up. But is it true? No, it is not. This is one of a concept that has been revised simply because the one exploring, having moving closer to the equator, saw that no, there's heating around the equator. So maybe the more you go beyond the equator, the intense the heat becomes. So because of that, people can't live there or stay there. It can't be habitable. At a point in time, someone came in, defended it, others came in, opposed it until evidences could be given that is true. This is how it is. So the new concept that came from the basis of understanding. And like I said, all those new things are things that they saw based on their dispensations. Dispensation, what was happening as at that time, until people expanded on that. So ancient Greece was a major center of such progress, with scholars like Plato and Aristotle shaping deductive and inductive scientific method. So Plato is regarded as a deductive thinker. A deductive thinker. Deductive meaning that Plato always moved from general to specific, whilst Aristotle was an inductive thinker, meaning he moved from specific to generalization. Specific to generalization. And what this means is that Like Plato said, that when you look at shapes of things, triangle and the rest, the sphere is regarded as anything spherical is regarded as perfect, because wherever you draw the line, you get half of it, no matter where you start. So because of that, it is regarded as a perfect shape. So to him, if the earth is spherical, so the general idea that everything that is considered perfect is spherical. That is the general idea from general. He later transcended this knowledge to the shape of the earth specific, that if that is the case, then the shape of the earth is spherical. The shape of the earth is spherical. So for example, someone can say that all birds have feathers, but specifically a sparrow is a bird, so it has feathers. That is deductive reasoning. Then the inductive comes from within your personal observation to make a generalization. Like, for example, I go to a community, I realize that young girls going to school about every morning when I'm walking in town, I see people with big stomachs going to school and observe continuously. They later come out with a generalization that teenage pregnancy is rampant among school-going children. That is moving from specific to generalization. And that is Aristotle's method. So the Greeks moved beyond the earlier tradition, like Babylonian astrology, by adjusting theories to fit observed facts. So they moved from people's intuition and understanding, but rather were able to give facts. So, for example, Aristotle, to support that the earth is spherical, moving away from the deductive knowledge by his teacher Plato, that everything perfect is spherical. Aristotle was able to predict an eclipse of the moon, where the shape of the earth, eclipse of the sun rather, where the shape of the earth that was cast on the moon was spherical, which is to mean that the earth is spherical, which is a scientific fact to back his claim that the earth is spherical. During that time where geography was learned, the Greeks had two traditions, and the traditions were the mathematical tradition and the literary tradition. The mathematical traditions were concerned with coordinates and mapping. Coordinates and mapping. Like, for example, after Hipparchus has developed the great system for location, Ptolemy used his knowledge to describe the location of places in the world. Those who belong to the literary tradition focus on descriptive accounts, like Strabo, who traveled around the world and started writings about the things he observed as he traveled. During the Middle Ages, geographic knowledge declined in Europe, but was persevered by the Arab scholars. So the age of exploration renewed interest, bringing a flood of new observation. In the 16th century, began two key shifts: challenges to religious interpretation of the world leading to academic freedom and the division of the knowledge into discipline. So this is how the study of geography started. People started writings about the earth. And these writings by the Greeks were divided into two traditions, the mathematical tradition and the literary tradition. The mathematical tradition dealt with location and coordinates, whilst the literary was concerned about the descriptions of the earth. After some time, knowledge shifted to religious interpretation, whereby descriptions of the earth and other things were done based on reference to either the Quran or the Holy Book, Bible. And people had to challenge this knowledge after they have explored to find out whether whatever both religions are saying is true or false. And this accumulated in Humboldt and Carl Ritter, who blended science and geography and helped develop the course to become a discipline, moving from just being a thought and a subject matter to a discipline. And they brought scientific reasonings and approach to the study of geography. By experimenting, sciences soon fragmented knowledge, isolating processes in lab. Geography remained holistic, studying the interaction of processes in the real world setting. Then, after the Second World War, geography gained importance as scholars tackled disciplinary problems like war policy and urban planning. Geography contributed with tools like maps and spatial analysis, which helped people during the Second World War. The emergence of system theory, probability model, and computing power further strengthened geographic methods, and remote sensing and satellite made location of places simple and easy. So today, geography contributes to solving global issues like poverty, population, race, and environment through its unique focus on local, spatial relations, locations, spatial relations, and places. So geography analyzes accessibility, density, movement, spatial patterns, often using maps to explore interconnected systems. And that is the study of geography from ancient to modern times. So it started with the Greeks having two main traditions, the literary tradition and the mathematical tradition. When later the religious people took over knowledge, made references to their religious materials. Then there was the age of exploration, where people explored and challenged some of these facts that were given in relation to scriptures and the Quran. Then later on, we had the modern geographers. And the modern geographers added science to the study of geography and made geography a discipline. Later on, during the Second World War, geography played a key role by providing maps and spatial analysis. And in modern times, as of today, geography is solving problems like migration, population, location of places, and spatial factors, and among others. Class, any question? Any question? Apeke? Hello, class.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ekoyi. Ekoyi.
Yes.
Ekoyi mama. And then Koyi papa. And I'm say boys kasa. Oh, this is for the popping.
So you are okay. You are having good presentation this morning, and you are enjoying the lesson as well.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. Now let's look at geography and social science. Every discipline has a philosophy, which is the raison d'etre for that discipline. More or less like the root, the beginning, the idea, the philosophy behind that discipline. The philosophy behind geography is always about space, man, and its environment. So philosophy provides root to a discipline and in the process of its evolution. Evolution talks about how the discipline has developed, the height it has reached, the critics, and where it is going. All the social science disciplines, such as sociology, political science, economics, and demographic study, different aspects of reality, studies the different aspects of reality. But the branches of geography, including social, political, economic, and population, are closely linked with the social science discipline, as each one of them has spatial attributes. For example, what is geography in sociology? Sociology is the study of human beings or the society, the study of the society. My question is, where is the society? Isn't it in the environment? Isn't it within a space at a particular point in time? Are they not human beings there who makes up the society? That makes it geographic. Political science. Let's talk about elections. Who will stand for the elections? Human beings. Does elections have effects on the people? Yes, it does. When it's not organized well, when it's not free and fair, it will bring about conflict. People will die. People will be injured. It will bring political unrest among the people. The people. Which people? People at a geographic location, at a particular point in time. That is geography. Economics. Demand and supply. Which people demand? Isn't it human beings? Which people supply? The end product of the process production is consumption. Who consume? Isn't it human beings? Whether it is GDP, it is per capita income or what have you. It is about an economy which is found in a society or a group of people or a country at a particular point in time. That is geography. So these attributes and everything, you will see that geography finds itself there. So let's look at the map that we see on the screen now. And let's watch closely. Relation of geography with social and natural science discipline. The top part is social sciences and the bottom is physical sciences. So you mention one, then we see its relation with geography. So who will start for us? Oh, anyone can start. I want me to start, then you follow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when social science, you see sociology there. In sociology, we have social geography. And at the center, we have people, geography, environment. That is one. And then someone should continue. Oh, let's do it fast. Let's do it fast. Hello, class.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So in social science, we have economics,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have economic geography.
Okay. Thank you. Next one.
So we have history.
Uh-huh.
Then we have historical geography.
Mm-hmm. What else? Class, please, are we following?
Yes, sir. Under social science, we have anthropology, then you have anthropogeography.
Okay. Please, the one who has a hand up should talk.
We also have geology
Sir,
and we have
sir, please, we have geology.
Uh-huh.
Then inside is geomorphology.
Okay. Who else? Who else?
So we also have meteorology, physics, and then
Mm-hmm.
chemistry for the physical science, and then
Okay.
for the social science, and then the physical science we have the climatology, oceanography, and then hydrology.
Okay. What else?
We also have astronomy, mathematics, computer science for physical geography. I mean, for social science, sorry. Then the physical geography, we have the cartography and then GIS. So what is GIS?
Geographic Information System.
Oh, okay.
So Google Map as we see it, is a form of geographic information system, which uses what we call remote sensing.
Okay,
Class,
so
are you following? Okay. Any other? So the idea of all that we have spoken about, both physical sciences and social sciences, and class, are you paying attention?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All that we are saying is that there is an element of geography in all these ones, whether we like it or yes. So hence the conclusion that geography is the mother of all sciences, both physical sciences and social sciences. So, for instance, econs deals with basic attributes of the economy, such as production, distribution, with basic attributes of economy like production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Each of these economic activities has special aspects which are well dealt with in economic geography. That studies the special aspects of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. So even for a producer, the producer will have to check factors that will help him or her to produce a particular good. For example, you go to a place where it is a desert, then you say you want to produce, how do you call it? You want to produce raincoats. Who will buy? The question is, who will buy? Class, are you following? And that is geography affecting, how do you call it? Affecting the decision. Yes. So the core concern of political science in territory, people, and sovereignty, which is closely related to political geography, that deals with the study of states as a spatial unit, as well as people and their political behavior. So during elections, for example, in Ghana, there are areas that are regarded as hotspots or hot zones because they are places where normally when elections are going on, people cause riots. So special forces are sent to these places. So that is it for chapter 1. Any question? Any question on chapter 1? Any concern?
Not for now.
Okay.
We'll take the slides and then read over maybe our next meeting.
Yeah, so the slides are just summary of what's in the book. The book gives more detailed explanation. So use the book as a reference material to get more knowledge. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So if there are no questions, we are closing at 11, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we take a break? Then
Yes,
when we
sir.
come back, we continue with chapter 2. So let's take a 2 minutes break. Hey, that's a 2 minutes.
Hey.
No. Please let's make it
30 minutes.
sorry.
30 minutes.
Let's make it 30 minutes. So
Thank
we are
you.
coming back at 9:30. Siri, set an alarm
right.
for 9:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Siri, what is my alarm for today?
I found 40 alarms. A 1 a.m. alarm, currently off. A 1:32 a.m. alarm, currently off. A 3 a.m. alarm, currently off. A 3:15 a.m. alarm, currently off. A 3:30 a.m.
Hey, my alarm's not playing.
Ose Martin. Ose Semas.
Digital man.
Yeah. You have
You
to be digital.
do.
21st century skills. Have you forgotten?
Yes.
You don't apply 21st century skills. Momo IT same will form. Your IT is 1 city. Your IT is 1 city. I'm trying to say that your IT is 1 city.
Oh, so it's too low.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
I'll come for tutorial.
Yeah, you have to. Some of you, if it's not for this course, like you have never been able to join an online meeting. Because we have a meeting online. But I mean, pay online mini bundle is a lie. You have bundle, but you don't know how to manipulate it. Do the best bundle. And my network is not good. Oh boy, your network is good. You don't know how to operate it. That's why. So I will share the slides too. Siri, when is my next alarm?
I found 1 alarm.
And which alarm is that? Okay, so I'm sharing the 2, okay? Let me put there. We are on break.
Yes, sir. So why? Oma papa. Oha makona omu no nsuo hye di gusu ni bi. Ena oyi na yi ma me nti. Wa pie. O di ku about 1 week pepe na pie. Ah. Eh. Wa he. Oko.
Except if once I'm joining, almost 9:30. I'm not breaking. I'm resume 9:30. When 9:30, I'm not joining. I pass the crowd the whole chain. I mean, that's when you had that to make up.
Jana be say again. Jana be say again. Class because mentally. Mami, I forget where we are to cocoa in the next cocoa in the gram, right?
Agnes Dapa, kindly mute. Agnes Dapa, kindly mute. Agnes Dapa, mute. Okay, class, please, let's continue. We are continuing with chapter 2. Where are the rest? Class, where are the rest? Can I start? Siri, it's a reminder of 12:15.
What do you want to be?
Akosia.
Okay, I've added it.
Okay, class, let's continue. We are continuing with the chapter 2. The chapter 2 talks about the classical geographic thought. Classical geographic thought. So we are coming to look at the classical geographers and how geography started in the ancient times. So with this course, we have what we call the classical period, the medieval period, and the modern era. These 3 eras. So take notice of that. The classical, which is the ancient, the medieval, which is the period between modern and ancient. Then we have the modern era. The classical period of geographic thought spans 1,000 years up to 1859. During this time, little effort was made to define separate discipline because geography was only seen as one subject matter. But in the modern time, various disciplines emerged. Greek philosophers often seen as historians, were also regarded as geographers. So the people we are coming to discuss are either regarded as historians or philosophers. But due to their contribution towards knowledge, we regard some of them as geographers. Even in the 18th centuries, figures like Benjamin Franklin, Lomonosov, and Montesquieu contributed significantly to geographic ideas, though not known as geographers. Alexander von Humboldt was the last to embody universal scholarship. His death in 1859, also with that of Karl Richter, and the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, marked the end of the classical period. So now we are going to take the classical geographers one after the other and explain their contribution towards geography. The picture you see there is just a statue to show or represent Homer, but actually that is not how Homer looks like, because during the time of Homer, there were no artists, there were no photo pictures or cameras to take picture of, how do you call it, Homer, for us to get Homer's picture. So the account of Homer to the contribution of geography starts with his background being a geographer and credited by the Greeks as the father of geography. He was a poet whose existence is not known for certain. It's not known for a certain because we don't know the time he was born and the time he died. But his writings existed. During that period, people came across his writing. He had a poem, an epic poem known as the Iliad. With the Iliad, it describes the episode of the Trojan War, sometimes between 1280 and 1180. That is a war that lasted for 100 years. With the Trojan War, there's a movie called Troy. The Trojan War is about all the countries of Greece fighting with Troy. Because during that time, Troy was very powerful. And it was difficult to defeat Troy. They had the best army. So, Homer wrote about the Trojan War. The Iliad he completed writing in the 19th century is an earlier major Greek literary work, with the Odyssey also credited with Homer. So he also had another poem entitled Odyssey. The difference between the Odyssey and the Iliad that he wrote is that the Iliad, which is about the Trojan War, was mainly historical. He gave only historical account of the war, whilst the Odyssey offers a geographical account of the edge of the known world. Let me explain the known world. The Greeks were the ones who started knowledge and expanding knowledge. And like I said earlier on when we started this course, that people explain things based on their dispensation. Their dispensation meaning that what was available to them. So those who were living in Greece and had not traveled beyond Greece thought that the world is only about the Greece. And that is what we refer to as the known world. For example, if you stay at a place for a very long time and you don't travel, you would think that that place that you are staying is the whole world until you travel and realize that there are other places. And that was the problem of the people of Greece, because they thought the world was only Greek land, and that was their known world. Scholars have tried to match this location to real places like the Strait of Messina or African island. So the story of Odyssey is about Odyssey going to war at Troy, and they won the war. After the war, he's supposed to travel by sea back to where he came from. And the account of Odyssey mentions that Odyssey at a point in time traveled to reach some borders of Africa, depicting that beyond Greece, there were other lands and other people there. One passage describes the land of almost continuous sunshine. So at a point in his travel, he got to a place, there was continuous sunshine, which can be translated in modern times as summer, that is longer days and shorter nights, where a spherical setting out with a shepherd setting out with his flock at daybreak, hailed around the shepherd returning with his flock in the evening, bringing about the concept of day and night. The poem describes land of constant day and constant darkness, showing the differences in seasons. Constant sunshine representing summer, constant snowfall or constant darkness, showing shorter days, longer nights. Like inspired by reporters of northern region, blending fact with myth is the first geographic adventure table. Whatever Homer wrote to the Greeks, they classify it as a myth because it didn't actually happen. So, but they have come to accept it as their history, meaning that though Homer wrote about something that is a myth, he could still describe possible areas of exploration and places that existed which was not known to the Greeks, and certain concepts the Greeks had to build on. For example, day and night, longer days, shorter nights, shorter days, longer nights. So in the 8th century BC, Greek sailors navigated using winds and their associated weather, which Homer brought it up that we have 4 wind direction. The first one, he said, is called Boreas. With the Boreas, it was a north strong and clear wind. Euphorus, which is east, warm and gentle. Notus, south, stormy, and wet. Zephyrus, west, middle, but potentially gale force. By the end of the 2nd century, Athenians, that is people of Athens, they built a tower marking 8 wind direction. The 4 wind direction formed the basis for the 8 wind direction. And this 4 wind direction has been translated in modern times as east, west, south, and north. And the 8 comes in, which is called the secondary, is northeast, southwest, southeast, northeast, northwest. So this tower still stands near the Acropolis. The term Europe and Asia did not appear in Homer's time, but were later used to name the land west and east of the Aegean, though their origin remains uncertain. That is the place that Odyssey was able to travel to and he got to. These are the contributions and the facts of Homer. This is the 8th wind direction that was built in Acropolis by the people of Athens. Any question on Homer? Any question on Homer? Hello, class.
Yes, sir. No, for now.
Are you sure? Okay, let's revise. Okay, having said all this thing about Homer, where will you place Homer? Mathematical or literary or literacy? Speak.
Mathematical.
Why mathematical? Why mathematical? Hello, class.
Yeah, sir.
Yes.
I think it's literal because I've not seen any aspect of calculation of his work, but all his work is literal. Because when you take the mathematical geographers, they deal with calculating the latitudes and the longitudes. So that's my understanding.
Okay. Any other? Hello, class. Any other? Class, any other? Hello, class. Oh, class, I'm asking a question. No one is my name.
Hello, sir. No other, please.
So what's the answer? What's the answer?
So the answer is he's a literal geographer because he didn't present any calculations as the scientific people who use calculations, like they calculate the latitude and the longitude of a place.
Okay. But even with that, when we're giving accounts of Homer, we said he's a poet. And a poet would automatically belong to the mathematical, the literary tradition. Okay, if there are no questions on that, let's go to the next geographer. The next geographers are three. The uniqueness about them is that they were all from Miletus. The picture on your right shows the present day Miletus. Miletus is a town in Ionia near the Enda River and was one of the earliest Greek learning centers. Greek learning centers because it was one of their commercial hub. Commercial buying and selling goes on there. And because of that, people came to trade there. And as people came to trade there, they brought information from outside where they are to Miletus and also took knowledge and information from Miletus to wherever they are coming from. And that made Miletus to become a knowledge center. So we are coming to discuss them one after the other. The Greek philosophers from Miletus are Thales, Anaximander, and Hecatius. Let's start with Thales. Again, that is an image representation of Thales, but that is not how Thales looks like. He lived in the 7th and the 6th centuries BC. Class, let's take notice of this. With the ages and the years of the BC, the bigger one comes before the smaller one. For example, if we say that somebody spent 10 years, and the 10 years begins with 1890 BC, the ending time will be 1880 BC. But if it was AD, it will be 1880 BC to 1890 BC. You get the difference?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is why.
Can you use maybe 2000 as example for us to get it well?
We're
Maybe
not
the
born.
2000.
Okay, no. Let me ask you a question. 1980 and 1990. Which one comes first?
80.
Please.
No, let's allow the one who asks the question. 1980 AD. 1990 AD. Which one comes first?
So you said 1980 and 1990. So the 90 comes first. The 80 comes first before the 90.
Okay. But if it was BC, the 90 will come before the 80. That's what I'm saying. Let's continue. So you will see that it's written that he lived in the 7th and 6th century. See the bigger one coming before the smaller one. And was the first Greek scholar to focus on measurement and locating features on the earth. So which tradition will he belong?
Mathematics.
Mathematical.
Okay. He was a successful businessman, and he once profited from controlling the sale of oil, not any oil, but olive oil. He was a supplier. But the question is, the businessman, so what is your business with geography? So he was a business mind, like Nora is a teacher and a business woman. So she's a teacher by day and a business woman online. And that is Tails. He was also brilliant when it comes to innovations. And he's compared to as Benjamin Franklin for his wide range contributions and creativity. One day he took a trip to Egypt. On the trip, he observed priests at work. And what the priests were doing in Egypt was that they were measuring angles and baselines and competing for areas like area of a triangle, area of a square, area of a circle. Can you remember the formulas? If I mention any, tell me. Area of a square, length times breadth, right?
No,
A square. A
Length
square.
times length.
Square.
It's length times length. That is for square. Square.
Length square.
Square. Square. Area of a rectangle. Length times breadth. Two of us.
True.
Area of a triangle. Half base times height.
Height.
True, right?
Yes,
Area
sir.
of a circle. Pi
R square.
Or pi d.
Pi diameter.
Two of us.
True.
But you people couldn't answer square. Area of a square. Have you watched that video? That small girl couldn't pronounce square. And the teacher was there. It's square. Do your mouth like this, square. Then the child was still fumbling. Okay, let's continue. So he was competing for these angles. He later returned to Miletus and his mind was full of ideas, especially mathematical ideas that he wanted to share. He couldn't hold on to it. That I must share this thing by all costs. Just like I remember when I was commissioned as an evangelist, I was so happy that anybody I see in town, I want to preach the gospel and convert the person. If the person is not ready to do it, I have canes in my back. I want to cane the person to accept Jesus by all costs.
Hey, sir, are you sure?
Yeah, the same with Tails. Tails' mind was full of so many mathematical ideas.
Did you ever cane anybody?
Maybe I will start with you.
I mean, I'm already a converted Christian.
No. You have to be reconverted. I will let you recite the salvation prayer. So this thing went on for some time, and at a particular point in time, he wanted to share all that he had learned. So this is a picture depicting some of the things that he saw. This picture shows how the pyramids were measured. They didn't have long staircase or this thing, I've forgotten the name. The thing that they arranged beside a building and that, I want to remember the name. People stand on it to paint and plaster the wall. What's it?
Scaffold.
What? Scaffold. Yeah, scaffold. Hey, if people are landlords and he didn't tell me, I need a house for rent. So please, landlords, give me some, okay? So they couldn't climb the pyramid. So what they did was that they realized that at every 12 o'clock, The sun is overhead of everything, and the shadow of any item is equal to its actual height. So when it is 12 o'clock, they mark the floor, then they begin to measure. And these were the things that they were doing in Egypt. That this thing saw, how do you call it? This one, tail saw. So these are the 6 prepositions, geometric prepositions made by tails. The first one is that a circle someone's microphone is on. Someone's microphone is on. Oh,
Curtis.
Okay. The first preposition he saw was that he said a circle is bisected by its diameter. That is, there is a line that divides a circle into 2, and that circle is called a diameter. That's 1. 2, he said that the base angles of an isosceles triangle are equal. This and this are equal. Can you see it? These angles. So an isosceles triangle has both sides equal. So these 2 sides are equal. And the angle alpha and the angle beta are also equal. Then he said, if you draw a line vertically through 2 parallel lines, the vertically opposite angles are the same. So for example, this is a line, a parallel line. Then you have a line passing through them. The opposite angles here are the same. He also said angles in a semicircle is right angle. Let's watch. This is the semicircle. So the angles here is a right angle. Then he said the sides of similar triangles are proportional. That if you have a triangle, the measurement that you use for its sides, if you use it to draw another triangle, it will be the same. And the last one, he said 2 triangles are congruent if they have 2 angles and a side respectively equal. Meaning that when you have 2 similar triangles and have one of its sides being equal to the other, they are congruent and their angles will automatically be equal. There is most important contribution. Taylor's most important contribution was its recognition that solution of practical problems of measurement was less of an international accomplishment rather than making a generalization. Tails also, yeah, whose hand is up? Is there anyone's hand up? Okay, James, comment scene. Yeah, because we said it's a mathematical tradition. So in the 16th century, Thales was the first to express general geometric principle. His key insight was the generalized solution was more intellectually valuable than solving individual measurement problems. He also studied astronomy and magnetism and theorized the universe was formed of water in various forms. He said the universe as we see it is made up of water, various forms of water. Taylor also envisioned Earth as a flat disk floating on water and sought natural, observable explanation departing from meteorological or astrological views. So the picture here on my left is tails seeing the earth being like a disc flowing on top of water. But class, what is said, is it true or false? Hello, class.
So it's true.
If it is true, what is the basis for saying true?
Yeah. I thought that the earth is made up of 72% water. So, and there are a lot of water beneath the earth being held by Africa. So we can say that the earth is a disc floating on the.
Okay. So, like I said, everybody said things based on their dispensation. So, when he traveled to Egypt, that is how he saw the world. Because by then there was no knowledge on the atmosphere. For us to know that the atmosphere covers the earth to give the earth a spherical shape. And he said everything was made up of water. Because I'm sure he met the vast ocean and he saw that water surrounded every part of the known world. So because of that, he concluded that the earth is like a disc flowing on water. This concept is about the plate tectonics. It forms the basis of plate tectonics, that the earth and the land and the continent sit on a plate, known as either the continental plate or the oceanic plate. And that is it about tails. The next person, any question on tails? Hello, class. Any question on tails?
No, sir.
So everything is well explained. Okay, let's look at Anaximander. He was in philosophy, they said he was the student of Thales, and he lived around the 6th century. Thales was the first to express general. Sorry, I'm still on Thales. Let me go to Anaximander. Anaximander, a young contemporary of Thales in Miletus, a student of Thales, introduced the Babylonian gnomon to Greece. The gnomon was an instrument that is used in showing the position of the sun at any point in time. Someone's microphone is on. Someone's microphone is on. The gnomon was a pole set vertically above the flat surface on the earth, with varying position of the sun could be measured. The sun's position, what we now call a sundial. So the gnomon was used to show the sun position at any point in time. And that gnomon has been used since that time to now. And this modern time, we call it the sundial. Today we call that instrument the sundial. The picture here shows how the gnomon looks like. And it is placed on the flat surface. And when the sun shines, it shows the direction of the sun. The gnomon allowed various observations. Noon was marked by the shortest shadow. That as the shadow of the no one begins to reduce in number, then it means we are approaching noon, which also gave a prescribed north-south line meridian. Shadow lengths varied by seasons, where he observed there was a point in time there was shorter days and longer nights, and at a point in time there was longer days and shorter nights. But at equinox, the sunset and sunrise are the same, equal number of hours. He is known to have drawn the map of the world to scale. Though the Babylonians started map with their maps, it was not drawn to scale. But this map from Anaximander was drawn to scale. For example, let's look at the map here. This was the map that was drawn by Anaximander. He placed Europe at the north, Asia at the east, and Libya, currently known as Africa, at the southwestern part. Then he said between Europe and Libya, it is being divided by the Mediterranean Sea. And with Asia and Europe, it's divided by the Black Sea. And the world is surrounded by the sea, by water. He wanted to understand the sun's movement, having used the Gaumont for some time. People argue that the moon might have entered the water, or the sea, then passed through this hard earth surface, and because of that, it raises a lot of questions which needed to be answered. So he concluded that maybe at a point in time, the sun goes to hide behind the mountain. Then in the morning, it will sneak itself out and shine throughout the day and set off and goes to hide again at behind the mountain. And that is Aristotle's explanation. That is Anaximander's explanation. His predecessor, Thales, said that everything was made out of water. The universe was made out of water, for which his student, Anaximander, did not agree to it. And he said that everything is made up of something that is not seen and cannot be felt, and hence the name Apion. Apion. Apion became a concept of mental idea that could be understood through reason. So we still use this way today, but it can be confusing if you mistake words for real and observable things. So Thales and Anaximander started a mathematical approach to study of geography. Class, any question on Anaximander? Silence means consent. So can I continue with the next geographer?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this course is becoming more like a history. So like to learn it, I want to ask, how should we, like, are we supposed to focus more on the date and the rest? Because it's like the thing is becoming like a history, not the kind of geography that we used to know.
By the beginning, I told you that you are going to start from where geography started from. And every information there is important. Have I answered your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. If there are no questions on Anaximander, can we move to Hecatius? He is the last among the geographic scholars of Miletus. Hecatius is known for starting literary tradition in geography. Born around the time Thales and Anaximander died. Let me explain something. Homer started writing, but is not regarded as the one who started the literary tradition. Because when Homer started his writing, there was nothing like those traditions. It was later that Hecatius reviewed the work of Homer and realized that what Homer was doing was not just poetic, but it was geography. So let's bring it under geography, because he is regarded as a man who writes poems. And before I came to meet him in geography, I knew Homer to be an English person when it comes to poems. Please, do you get it? So Hecatius was born around the time Anaximander and Thales died. So what did he do? He collected all the informations from these two people and put them together and named it Greek World and Lands Beyond. One of the pros of his work was called the Jess Paradox, or description of the earth, of which only fragments have survived. One fragment contains a sort of subtitle, making the first record of new geography. So he stated that he wrote the content of his book because he believed them to be true. So his main work, that is the description of the earth, only survived in fragments. But in one part, he explained that he wrote what he believed to be true, rejecting many Greek stories as foolish. So he divided the world into two regions, one book on Europe and the other on Asia and Libya. He followed the tradition of dividing Europe and Asia along the hills point and also the Black Sea, Caucasus, and the Caspian Sea. Hecatius wasn't interested in theories about the universe's basic substance like Thales and Anaximander were. He thought it was more useful to focus on what we can see and know rather than debating ideas like water or Apion is the universe origin. This difference in approach between explaining the world through theories or through facts began with the early school of Miletus and continued today. So in summary, he didn't bring new ideas as Thales, Homer, and Anaximander has done, but rather compiled all this knowledge from these three people, especially from Homer, from Tales and Anaximander, and wrote a book, Geo's Paradox, Descriptions of the Earth. But he later wrote a book known as The Description of the Earth Beyond Greece. And in one of his books, he divided it into two volumes. One for the description of Europe only, and the other one, the description of Libya and Asia. And he didn't believe in whether the original substance of the earth was water or air. Class, any question? Class, any question?
Sir, so it means during this time, Africa or the Black Land has not been discovered.
No, they had only discovered a bit of it. And they didn't know it to be Africa. Watch this map.
Okay.
Like I said, everything that they did was based on what they could see. Nothing more, nothing less. So they can't talk about something they can't see.
Sir,
Yes.
so under the mathematics or the literary, where would we place it?
Answer the question. You know the answer. Where will you place him?
Placing at the literary.
Okay. Thanks for the answer. And why will you place him there?
Because he has not done any mathematical calculation or added anything. He really put the information together.
So his was basically writings. That is what. Yeah. Yeah, right. Any other? Class, any other? Class, any other? Okay. If there are no other, let's take the next geographer. Please, is it too much or it's okay?
It's okay, sir.
Okay, let's continue. The next geographer we'll talk about is called Herodotus. Herodotus is a historian, but the question is, what is his business with geography? So, 100 years later, after Hecataeus' writing, Herodotus took all that Hecataeus wrote and ridiculed it. That's what they did was not right. But he did that when he was in Italy. And he wrote a history of Greek struggle with barbarians, ending with the Ionian revolt and the Greek capture of the Hellespont. So he couldn't have stayed in Greece and ridiculed works of Greece. So he was at Italy and ridiculed the work of Hecataeus. For Herodotus, history and geography were closely linked to his work, including description of places he visited and customs he observed. So he was moving from one place to the other, visiting places to know what is there, and at the same time also observe their cultural practices and others. So in the 15th century, there was no formal profession like history or geography. So he was just doing his writings. But later on, people realized that what he was doing was historical, writings about past events. So he is known as the first historian. Much of Herodotus' work also qualifies as geography. In fact, Herodotus is credited with the idea that all history must be treated geographically, and all geography must be treated historically. That is, they go hand in hand. So it is true that the notion of geography as the handmaid of history came from Herodotus. So he said geography provides the physical background, that is the space, as well as the stage and setting in relation to which historical event takes place or meaning. So before we can write about historical facts, it must be of a place, it must be of some people. And once you do that, then it is geography. So geography is all about places and people. So Herodotus provides some excellent example of what today we would call both human geography and historical geography. That is the recreation of past geographies and the tracing of geographical change through time. But Herodotus is also identified as the father of ethnography because of his vivid portrayal of cultural traits of people strange to the Greeks. So he was moving from one place to the other and learning their languages and learning their cultures and everything. And the study of ethnic group is ethnography. So he's also regarded as the father of ethnography. Herodotus helped geography by sharing that he saw and learned during his travel. He understood some natural processes on Earth. For example, he used historical geography to explain that the Nile mud creates the delta in the Mediterranean. So watch. On the map here, this is the river Nile, which is entering the Mediterranean Sea. The Nile is the only river that empties itself in Africa, that empties itself in the northern part of the continent. So he saw that, you see, below here, it is a single channel. It is a single channel till it gets here, then it begins to break like roots. And this is what we call delta. It breaks because of the deposition of mud around this area, which changes the course of the river and how the river flows. And that is his explanation. So he said the delta building could also be seen in a place like the Meander River at Miletus. So having observed how the Meander River at Miletus was like, he used the same idea to explain the Nile. In the 15th century, understanding delta and wind pattern was a big achievement. Herodotus' review and refuted earlier scholars' explanation to the Nile flood that at a point in time, the Nile gets flooded. So he dismissed that idea that the northern wind caused the flood, noting that the flood occurs regardless of the wind, and that similar wind has no such effect on other rivers. So he rejected that. Class, hold on. So he said the flood that happens in the Nile was as a result of melting snow on the Ethiopian highlands, arguing that Ethiopia, being near the equator like Egypt, could not have snow. Class, let me correct this statement. I think there's a mistake somewhere. Let's continue. At a point, he wanted an explanation to the reason why the Nile flood. Then people explained that it was because of the snow that falls on the Ethiopian highlands. When they melt, they run into the Nile, causing the Nile to flood. And he rejected that. Believing in a symmetrical world, Herodotus theorized the Nile began near Libya, northern, western coast. Class, hold on for me. Hello, Ike. Yeah. Have you? Me online class. Oh. Hello, class.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Ann. I have lectures somewhere, so they were asking for confirmation. Let's continue. So I'm taking Herodotus this thing again. With the flood, the Nile River kept on flooding. And the reason people gave depicting the flooding of the Nile was that it was because of melting ice from the Ethiopia island. So when ice melts, it becomes water and flows into the Nile River, causing the Nile River to flood. But Herodotus did not accept that because he said, when you go to the Ethiopian highlands, it's closer to the equator. So there was no way those places would be cold for ice or snow to fall because of the warm climate. So the Nile flooding is not as a result of the snow melting. He also supported the idea of the earth being surrounded by ocean. And he was able to accept this because he also met a priest when he got to Egypt. And that priest had been sponsored by the king in Egypt known as Necho, for the priest to also travel around the world. And the priest concluded that wherever he went, he saw water surrounding the earth. And that made Herodotus confirm that indeed the earth is surrounded by water. Another scholarly work or discovery of Herodotus was that he said, winds, they always blow from a high pressure to a low pressure. That is from a cold region to a warm region. So if you have noticed, whenever it is about to rain, the wind that blows, that comes with the rain, is very cold, because always wind moves from a cold region or a high pressure to a low pressure. That is it about Herodotus. Any question? Last, any question?
No question, sir.
So,
Yes.
then Herodotus refuting the total refusal of the work of Thales and Alexander.
No, he
They,
didn't. He didn't. He didn't reject it. Yes.
he ridiculed their way.
Yes.
Then he also came to confirm that the earth is surrounded by
No,
water.
when you say somebody has ridiculed somebody's work, it doesn't mean that all that the person said is funny, but it was just an aspect of their work. Yeah. Any other question? Class, any other question? If there are no questions, let's look at the next philosopher. I think we'll end with this philosopher. We have done 5, but we'll end with this philosopher. We have met this man again, Norris' uncle. That is Plato. He is the master of deductive reasoning, for which I explained deductive, from general to specific. He believed that earthly things were imperfect copies of ideal forms, because all the things that we are seeing were created perfectly. He noted that a town called Etica, which was a region around Athens, once had a fertile soil that comfortably supported its people. Most people in Greek time believed that the earth was flat, but some Greek philosophers theorized it was spherical. Seeing the spheres as the most perfect and symmetrical shape, they argued the earth, which was created in perfect form as the home of man, must be spherical. You remember, I've already explained this, and we have come to meet this again. Pythagoras may have been the first to propose this, developing mathematical laws for circular celestial motions. But his student Parmenides applied these to a round earth, and Plato later described earth as a sphere at the universe center. So not only did he say that the earth was spherical, but also added that the earth was at the center of the universe. And we all know now in present tense that the earth is not at the center of the universe, but rather it is the sun, for which all other heavenly bodies orbit around it. But Plato said the earth was at the center and all other heavenly bodies surrounded it. And this was not even clear for someone like Socrates. So these were all theoretical deductions, but Aristotle was the first to seek supporting evidence of the earth being spherical. And that is it about Plato. That is it about Plato. Any question on Plato? Hello, class.
Hello.
Any question?
No, sir.
Should I add Aristotle or next time when we meet?
So please
can
add
add.
it.
I should add. Okay, let's continue. We are eager to know what Aristotle said. Okay, let's continue. Aristotle lived between 8 BC 384 to BC 322, and he joined Plato's academy at age 17. So Aristotle didn't go to school until at age 17. So if you want your son or your daughter to be as clever as Aristotle, wait till he's 17 to be like Aristotle. He then traveled, so he stayed until Plato died. After his boss death, he then traveled for 12 years before founding his own school. The school he named Lyceum in Athens in 335 BC. So after his boss death, he decided to travel. He believed theories should be built through observation and tested against facts. And that is why we refer to him as a deductivist. So do your own observations, test it with facts, then draw a general conclusion. But don't look at the general view of something and draw your conclusions about it. So unlike Plato, who used deductive reasoning from general to specific, Aristotle introduced from peculiar to general. So Aristotle believed that while our senses can tell us facts, like fire being hot, they cannot explain why it is so. So to answer that question, what makes this thing the way it is, he proposed 4 fundamental principles of scientific explanation. That before you can explain something that happens, you have to go through this 4 scientific explanation. And you can see that this scientific explanation reflects in the scientific methods of acquiring knowledge. He says, describe its nature first. That is, identify its essential characteristics. Once you are done, specify its matter. Determine the substance from which it is made. The third one is identify its cause, explain the process that brought it into being. Then the last one is state its purpose. That is understanding the function or goal that thing you are investigating in is useful. So this explanation contrasts with Plato's approach, emphasizing observation and purpose over abstract ideals. Aristotle believed that all things change towards a final perfect state, which he didn't agree with his boss, that his boss said everything is perfect. But he said no, things are changing to become perfect. So he proposed that all earthly matter consists of 4 elements. The first one is water, second one is fire, and the third one is air. Later on, he added a 5th one, which he called the ether. The ether, he said, is the substance that were used to create the celestial bodies in space, like the moon, the other 7 planets, and among others. He accepted the spherical nature of the earth theory by his boss, but he sought for evidence, and he noted that the earth runs shadow during the lunar eclipse and the rising height of the stars when moving north. Both support a spherical earth. Let me explain the rising height. It is believed that when you travel from here to the North Pole, you see the skies being closer to the Earth's surface. You see the skies being closer to the Earth's surface, which shows the curved nature of the Earth. If it is curved, then it means that the Earth is spherical. On the other hand, this is how I see it from my perspective. Those who live along the coast, if you check the distance of the clouds to the sea, you realize that the distance reduces as your eye is cast towards the sea, which is also a perfect example to show the curved nature of the earth. Ordinarily, he overlooked ship disappearance over the horizon as further proof. He also observed how ships disappear when they are traveling on the sea. You see them at a point in time, the ship will vanish. You will not see it with your eyes. It doesn't mean that the ship is vanished, but because of the curved nature, they have gotten to a place whereby the distance on the surface of the earth to the atmosphere is short. Aristotle then proposed the earth's habitability, which he used latitude to divide the earth into 3 climatic zones or heating zones: the frigid, the torrid, and the temperate regions. And he said the frigid was so cold that people could not stay there. At the same time, the torrid was too hot for people to stay there, but the temperate had moderate temperatures. So he said it is only the temperate region that people occupy, but beyond the equator, we call that the uninhabitable or inhabitable world. So where it was habitable, he named it Equiminium, known as the known world. But he also agreed that the earth was surrounded by water. He suggested a southern temperature zone unreachable due to the torrid heat. Whilst many accepted this, some doubted people could live there, thinking they hung up as upside down. That the people in Africa, we don't walk with our legs on the ground, but rather our legs up, outside up. Because if the earth is spherical and it is a ball, so when you are moving that it's supposed to curve. So if it curves, then it means that our position should be directly opposite of those who are in the northern hemisphere. And that is it for Aristotle. Any question? Any question, any concern? Can I add one more?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it looks like you are interested in all this. Okay. The last person is Alexander the Great. Plato, Aristotle, Alexander the Great have a connection. The connection is that Plato's student was Aristotle. Aristotle's student was Alexander the Great. But Alexander the Great, there's a lot of stories and history about him. That he is the only individual who conquered the whole world. Before I studied geographic thought, when they said the whole world, I was wondering, is it this world that we know? But I later realized that it was a known world that they knew, not our world we know today. So they are not far from wrong saying that he conquered the world. So Aristotle encouraged his students to test theories through direct observation and urged him to go and see. So when Alexander comes to him with a question, he will not answer. He will reluctantly tell him that, "My brother, I beg you in the name of God, go and see and come and tell us." Because Aristotle did not believe in moving from general to specific, but rather always moving from specific to what? General. Are you following? And hence the popular statement to his student, go and see. His famous student, Alexander the Great, no wonder he became great. So one of the wishes of teachers is that our students become more better than us. So for example, when my teachers see me, they are proud of me. And I'm always grateful to them. That if they hadn't taught me in basic school, secondary school, in the university, I wouldn't have gotten to where I have gotten. Professor Collins was my lecturer. And now, at some point, we become colleagues. You get it? Aristotle also trained Alexander the Great, and Alexander the Great became great. So, he came to Aristotle's academy at Athens, Lechem, when he was age 13 to age 16. When he was 20 years, he was made the king of Macedonia at age 20. When he became a king, being motivated by go and see, he launched military campaign that also served to extend Greek knowledge, geographic knowledge. But he was into conquering of places, and not only did he conquer places, but also expand the Greek knowledge. So Alexander's conquest greatly expanded Greek's geographic knowledge. In 334 BC, after defeating tribe north of the Danube, he crossed into Asia, moving from the coastal route into central Turkey and then south to Egypt, where at Egypt he founded a town which he named after himself, known as Alexandria. In BC 332, he later advanced through Persia modern Iran, reached Samarkand and crossed the Indus River, believing he was near the edge of the known world, Ekumeni. He wished to go further, but his troops refused to, and he died in Babylonia in 332 BC, and his empire soon collapsed. Alexander applied Aristotle's teaching effectively. His expedition included writers, astronomers to measure latitude using canopus, and trained pacesetters to track distances. So that is his contribution towards geography. He took knowledge from Greece and spread it around the world where he conquered. So when he was going, he took writers and astronomers. While some were measuring latitude, some were also taking records of things. So this is the known world, the picture of a known world, the picture on your left, and all the red shows where he started his war from. So Macedonia, went to this side, came to Egypt, continued, and all that. And all these people was the unknown world, known world. And because of that, he said to have conquered the whole world. And also, he added up to the knowledge from Greece as to what he saw when he traveled, and added it and went back to Greece and gave it to Greece people. At his death, Alexander was planning two major geographic expeditions, one to determine if the Caspian Sea connected to the ocean, and another to explore southern Libya's coastal and equatorial habitability, to find out if what his boss is saying that beyond the equator there's no habitability. These plans ended with his death, but his contribution to geography were unmatched in antiquity. And that is it for Alexander the Great. Any question? Hello, class.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any question, any concern? Don't.
Sir, my concern is, apart from these philosophers, is there any other ones that you're going to learn, or these are the ones you are going to concentrate on?
What we are discussing are the ancient philosophers. We are yet medieval philosophers, and at the same time the modern philosophers. So there are more to come.
Okay, sir.
Please don't be too much concerned about the dates. Know their background and their contribution towards geography. That is the most important thing. Then, if possible, the century or the era, whether it was classical era or it is, how do you call it, medieval era or modern era. That's all. Any question? Any concern? Is the course interesting?
Yes,
Somehow.
it is
Interesting.
full of history, which is good. Sir, so from
I'm listening now.
spoken about all.
Now your network is bad.
Any comments? Any concern? Silence means concern. So end the lecture here. We continue, God willing, next week. Thank you for your cooperation and enjoy the rest of your day. Someone's hand is up, or it's just a message.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're all welcome.
Sir,
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
please. So I was asking whether all the philosophers we have talked about today, they all fall under the classical, right?
Yes, classical.
Yes. Okay.
And if you
Thank
notice,
you.
if you notice the dates, we are moving from the thousands and now we are in the hundreds. Then we'll come to the the AD one going out, so we get to maybe 18 something.
Okay. So the 18 something will start from the modern.
Modern, yes.
Okay.
So after the classical, we go to medieval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Class, if there are no questions, there are no concern. Bye bye and enjoy the rest.
Hello,
of your
sir.
day.
Sir, please, where
Yeah,
are we? How are we going to get the slides to be shared on our various platforms?
I've given it to the course reps.
Then I don't have it yet.
The course rep, which center?
Zenith.
Zenith. Send me hi on WhatsApp and let me send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Right now.
Hello. Okay, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, I've taken some medication, so I want to go and sleep. It makes me feel drowsy.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Yes.
We have started on
A little clarification.
Okay.
I think from the slides that we've gone through
Mm-hmm.
and the books that we have bought,
Mm-hmm.
I've not seen the topics that we are treating in the book.
It is table of contents. Check.
Mommy, the egg in the corner, egg in it.
Okay. Then I'll glance through. If not, I've checked through, but I didn't actually get it.
No, check. So open to page. Is it I? You will see chapter 1, field of study called geography. Under that, we did the meaning of geography, the 3 questions ancient geographers asked, then modern evolution of geography.
Why are you crying?
And geography as geography and social science. Then the chapter 2, we are on the classical geographic thoughts. That is where we are discussing.
So my book is a little. It seems part of the pages are torn.
Torn, missing or torn.
I've seen traces of torn pages. So it starts from page I.
Okay, that's why I've given you the distance. How do you call it? The course outline.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Like, don't worry, we'll bring the egg. We are going to add the bread. Come.
Hey, Cindy, you are eating your egg alone. Don't come and make us hungry here.
I'm sorry, it's my baby who is really disturbing.
You to disturb the baby too. To disturb the baby. Any other question? Any other concern?
Sir, please, I've sent hi. So if you are free, then you send the slide so that I send it to my platform.
And I'll never be free.
Please don't send it in only your platform. Send it to the general one, please.
Okay, so we'll talk.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
You are always bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye.
ashes, the oil of joy